thought it was finally time to reveal myself to you. Yay! I am so sorry that it has taken me this long to produce this video. I know I put out my little poll like months and months ago asking if you guys would be interested in a face reveal, and I've just been a little bit shy and nervous to actually show myself on camera. But now that we have reached 1,000 subscribers, wow, I thought it was about time to reveal myself to you. So, hello there, it's me, Lily, and it is so great to finally see you in person. I am extra excited about this evening's video, but I did want to take a quick moment to thank all of you for helping me reach this milestone. I could not have done this without all of your love and support and all your fantastic comments. Even just leaving the likes and the hypes on the videos have really helped, and I cannot wait to keep making more videos for you. I am so excited for tonight's video. I thought it would be fun to do a little binder reorganizing of my childhood Pokemon card collection. This here is my collection from the late 90s, early 2000s. As you can see, it's in one of the old school binders that features this awesome Pokedex. There's a Pikachu on the front, and there's a Meowth here on the back. However, this has been in its original binder since I started, and it's not necessarily the best place to keep my vintage cards anymore. As you can see, the rings are like O-rings. They're not even like the D-rings, which can kind of bend the cards a little bit by accident. And it is all top-loaded, which means if I turn it the wrong way, all of the cards just go flying out, which has happened a couple of times and is not fun. So I thought it was about time to give it a nicer home. I have focused mainly on Pokemon throughout my channel because it is something that is truly near and dear to me. I feel like I would not be where I am today if it was not for Pokemon cards, or Pokemon in general. I was in 4th grade, so about 9 years old, when Red and Blue came out in the United States, and I distinctly remember just this like overwhelming feeling of awe and amazement of this massive world that had just opened up when I started playing. This was really the first game that like truly captured my imagination, and I've been playing all of the games ever since. I also feel like it has led me on my current path in life because my day job is as a visual effects editor in film and television, and I would not have followed that path if it was not for my love of gaming and anime as a kid. So I truly do believe I am where I am today because of Pokemon. So without further ado, I invite you to sit back, silhouetted in the front, and the shadow is this giant gold Pikachu shadow. It's beautiful. I also enjoy that it is a zipper, which will be good for keeping my vintage collection nice and secure. So my childhood binder I had organized in Pokédex order, and on the front side was the base set 1 and 2 cards, and the reverse side was any alternate art cards that I had. So I think I will keep that format again because I like being able to see all the variations, but I also do like it in Pokédex order for the original 150. Which means we'll be starting off with Bulbasaur. This classic Bulbasaur card features him with a nice little leech seed poofing out of his little bulb. I love these little purple flowers around him, and if you look closely, there's actually like a tiny bug right there, which I think is kind of cute detail. You can see the original Pokemon had much lower attack and HP than the modern cards. This little guy was at 40 HP, and his leech seed attack does 20 damage. Unless all damage from the attack is prevented, you get to also remove 1 damage counter from the Bulbasaur. Very cool. Next up, we have Ivysaur, which for some reason I have way more Ivysaurs. I know I definitely had a lot more Bulbasaurs, but I'm pretty certain that I use them index, which will be the case for a lot of my cards. And unfortunately, I think some of my bulk cards that were indexed got lost the time, but hopefully I will find them in that bulk bag that my parents had sent. But as you can see, I have 3 of the base set Ivysaur, which is the empty. There's no stamp right here. And we have 2 of the base set 2. The super rare cards would be like this, but it would be a shadowless border, which my friend actually did gift me a couple, which I will be adding to the binder today as well. So I'm very excited about that. The Ivysaur has a beautiful kind of smoky haze effect behind him, which I love. It gives like a really interesting soft contrast to the kind of almost pixelated background that they did with the trees. So you can get a closer look at that. This card features 2 attacks, Vine Whip and Poison Powder, which it's also insane that they take 3 energies just to do 30 damage. The game has changed so much. When the bulb on its back grows large, the Pokemon seems to lose the ability to stand on its hind legs. Place Bulbasaur here. And we'll place the base set 2 version behind him. And of course, up next we have our holographic Venusaurs. It looks like I unfortunately only have base set 2 and not the original Venusaur. I actually did take count of my whole collection, and I believe there's only like 6 cards that I was missing of the original base set. So it's unfortunate that this is one of them, because it'll probably be a little pricey if I wanted to actually complete it out. But I feel like this one actually is in fairly good condition. This one's a little scratched up. I think I played with him. The Venusaur has a special Pokemon power, which is what they called abilities back in the day. It is called Energy Trans and reads, as often as you like during your turn before your attack, you may take 1 grass energy card attached to one of your Pokemon and attach it to a different one. But the power cannot be used if the Venusaur is asleep, confused, or paralyzed. He also features a classic move, the Solar Beam, for a whopping 60 damage. Oh, it's so funny. This plant blooms when it is absorbing solar energy. It stays on the move to seek sunlight. Venusaur. I'll put his duplicate on the back. Up next, we have a feisty little Charmander. Our little fire lizard buddy. He is seen here showing off his little tail flame, and actually looks like he lit the grass on fire. That's kind of funny. He looks like he's a little surprised at what just happened, and there's like a very tiny detailed flame bar in the background as well. I hope he's not running around and setting the whole field on fire. That's funny. This Charmander featured 2 attacks, Scratch for 10 damage and Ember, which you had to discard 1 fire energy card in order to use the attack. Obviously prefers hot places. If it gets caught in the rain, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. Also, to go with the Charmander slot, I have a variation from the Team Rocket pack. It's the original Rocket set, which Destined Rivals was slightly based on. This Charmander's art is actually very interesting. It has like a very flat feel to it, and there's a lot of smoky haze all around him. It's very cool. This Charmander actually had a Pokemon power called Gather Fire, which let you, once during your turn, you can take 1 fire energy card attached to one of your other Pokemon and attach it to Charmander instead. Very cool. Many people find it cute and try to hold it, only to be burned by its tail. Oh no. I also just noticed that it had like a level on the bottom there in the original cards. I have to check. I don't think the modern cards did that anymore, but that's kind of a fun little detail. Alright, Dark Charmander variation can go right there. Up next, we have his evolved form, Charmeleon. It looks like I had 3 versions of it swings its burning tail, it raises the temperature to unbearably high levels. Put it in there. And for our second variation, we actually have a first edition of the Dark 𝓔𝓚𝓻 from the Rocket set. This 𝓔𝓚𝓻 is looking much more intense as he has this swirly flame tail, and it seems like it's lighting this entire foreground on fire. Very cool. I actually probably should sleeve this because it's a first edition. I usually only sleeve my holo cards, but I should probably make an exception for the vintage cards. Much better. It features 2 attacks, Tail Slap and Fireball. The Fireball deals 70 damage, but you can only use it if there are any fire energy cards attached to the Dark 𝓔𝓚𝓻, and you have to flip a coin. If heads, then you have to discard one of them, and if tails, the attack does nothing. Oh no. Since I have 2 variations of Charmander, I'm gonna put the second one here. And of course, next up we have probably the most well-known Pokemon card of all time, the one and only base set Charizard. This totally is real, right guys? So, funny story about this. When I was a kid, Charizard was actually the only card I never actually pulled from any booster packs. So I decided I would make my own. So 9-year-old me put together this lovely card. I think I taped it to another card, probably an energy underneath. And I even made my own holofoil pattern. I love it. It's such a good childhood memory. I love that this was before Photoshop, so instead of doing this all as one image that I printed out, I had to actually cut out each individual image and tape it on. So I thought this was cute. Apparently I forgot the rarity symbol and how to draw it on with Sharpie. Good job, 9-year-old me. But for real, this is the actual Charizard card. I didn't actually pick this guy up until I was in college, and one of my friends said they had a bunch of extras. Unfortunately, it is very scratched up. I don't know. Yeah, you can see right there. So it has definitely seen some better days. I think it definitely took a scratch attack from the 𝓔𝓚𝓻. But it is my only copy I have of it, and I am still very happy to have it in my collection, scratched or not. This Charizard card features the Pokemon Power Energy Burn, which reads, as often as you like during your turn before an attack, you may turn all energy attached to Charizard into fire energy for the rest of the turn. Which is very cool because he had, I believe, the most powerful attack in the base set, which is why Charizard was so popular. This Fire Spin attack, which dealt a whopping 100 damage, but you had to discard 2 energy cards to use it. He also, I think, featured the highest amount of HP at 120. Charizard. Put him in his slot. And Bulbasaur. For now, I'll put my lovely childhood card up here because it is nice memories. Next up, we have my personal favorite, the Squirtle. Squirtle. He is seen here doing an adorable little bubble attack. I love how just like light and airy those bubbles feel. They're not very intimidating. The Squirtle featured 2 attacks. Bubble for 10 damage, and you got to flip a coin. If it was heads, then you got to paralyze the opponent. He also featured this withdraw attack, which reads, flip a coin. If heads, prevent all damage done to Squirtle during your opponent's next turn. Very cool. After birth, its back swells and hardens into a shell. It powerfully sprays foam from its mouth. Look how it's not even bubbles, it's just foam. That's fun. Our Squirtle there. And to mirror him on the backside, we have a first edition Rocket Squirtle. I actually love the art on this card. He's so cute. He's just like swimming up to you with a couple little bubbles there. Unfortunately, it looks like my card got a little something up there. Probably because I did play with these a lot as a kid. But I will sleeve him up to protect him from any future damage. There's a little crinkle there too. This Squirtle had just 1 attack, Shell Attack, for 20 damage. Cute Pokemon that charms people with its innocent eyes, loves swimming all day long. Next on the list, we have our Wartortle, which it looks like I had 2 variations of base and 1 second one. He is seen here relaxing on the beach, and he looks actually very similar in background as the Ivysaur. Let me see if that's the same artist. Yes, looks like it's the same illustrator that did both of them, 𝓔𝓫𝓬𝓬𝓮𝓼. He seems to have a very distinct, like, painterly pattern in the background, just kind of cool. The Wartortle features 2 attacks, withdraw and bite, for 40 damage. The withdraw is similar to the Squirtle's one, which I think it might be the exact same. That's interesting that they did that. Yeah, it looks like it is the exact same as the Squirtle's version. Very cool. Often hides in water to stalk unwary prey. When swimming quickly, it moves its ears to maintain balance. I guess I'll put the base set 2 behind him here, because I also have this dark Wartortle. He's looking very grumpy as he sits on a little pile of rocks in the forest. The double slap reads flip 2 coins, and the attack does 10 damage times the number of heads. The pure shell says, if an attack does damage to Dark War Turtle during your opponent's next turn, even if he's knocked out, then Dark War Turtle attacks the defending Pokemon for an equal amount of damage. That's actually a lot more useful than the double slap. A Pokemon with a negative attitude, it hides in its shell whenever it is in a bad mood, which is often. Feature him here from the Rocket set. For our lovely Blastoise, it looks like we have the same issue where we have the base set 2, and Rocket. That's really interesting. You can see the difference in the hollow pattern between the base set and the base set 2. It has the beautiful little swirly pattern that popped up every once in a while in the base set 2 one, whereas the base set was kind of a more muted sparkle. Although I'm not sure if that's just because the card is so old. The Blastoise has a Pokemon power, Rain Dance. As often as you like during your turn, you may attach one water energy card to one of your water Pokemon. This doesn't use up your one energy attachment for the turn. Oh wow. So that's kind of similar to a modern day Gardevoir, kind of. Just you're not taking it from your discard, you're just taking it from your hand. Still very cool though. I definitely had a Blastoise deck. I remember that a little bit. He also had the attack Hydro Pump, which does 40 damage plus 10 more damage for each water energy attached to him, but not used to pay for this attack's energy cost. Extra water energy after the second doesn't count. I got they had to specify that. A brutal Pokemon with pressurized water jets on its shell. They are used for high-speed tackles. Since I have the Dark Blastoise as well, I think I'll do the same thing and put both of them up here. I know you're technically not supposed to double up cards, but I think one is okay. And for our Dark Blastoise friend, he has 2 attacks. Hydro Cannon for 30 damage plus 20 more damage for each water energy attached to him. So kind of similar to what the other one does. And Rocket Tackle, which reads, Dark Blastoise does 10 damage to itself. Flip a coin. If heads, prevent all damage done to him during your opponent's next turn. Very cool. Dark Blastoise here. Beautiful. Next up, we have the adorable Caterpie, which I believe is actually also the same artist. I wonder how many artists they actually had in the original Wizards of the Coast set like this. I feel like there was a lot less than there are modern day. This Caterpie has kind of a psychedelic energy behind him as he is preparing his string shot. Its short feet are dipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. I also have a base set 2 of him, so that will versions that I still have were from base set 2. Somehow I lost all my original Metapods. I love like how bored he looks. He always has just kind of like a meh expression on his face. And every time I see a Metapod, I always just think of that episode of the anime where Ash and the bug trainer did Metapod versus Metapod, and all they could do was harden. So he was just going back and forth and hardening until nightfall. This Metapod features 2 attacks. It's interesting that they called it Stiffen instead of Harden, but it reads flip a coin. If heads, it prevents all damage done to him during your opponent's next turn. And he was kindly also given Stun Spore, which does 20 damage and can paralyze on a coin flip. And of course, we have his final form, the Butterfree. The Butterfree was actually from the Jungle expansion here, but was also reprinted in base set 2. My Jungle card actually looks like it's like a little bit darker in color if you compare the two. It's interesting. Little scratch right there. Oh, he's so adorable though. I love Butterfree. I love how they did this kind of like very elegant background. I don't know if you can make it out on the camera very well, but it has this like very thin, stringy energy and sparkles behind him. And little white sparkles of pollen. It's beautiful. This Butterfree featured 2 attacks. Whirlwind for 20 damage, and if your opponent has any benched Pokemon, then they choose one of them to switch with the defending Pokemon, which was very similar to the games. And Mega Drain, doing a whopping 40 damage. Remove a number of damage counters from Butterfree equal to half the damage done to the defending Pokemon. So, probably mostly does 20 unless they were weak to grass, in which case it could heal them 40. I think we'll put the Jungle version up here. And set 2 over here. And if I ever get a base set 1 of the Butterfree, then I'll move that other card back. Continuing on our journey through the Viridian Forest, we have the Weedle. Looks like I just had 3 of the base version. This Weedle is seen here crawling down a little tree branch, and looks like he might have kind of nibbled through this leaf as he went. So cute. I actually love the way that the artist did the background with like these very like abstract glowing spots, which gives it kind of a cool eeriness to the forest. I also love that he's described as a hairy bug Pokemon. Misty does not approve. He featured 1 attack, the Poison Sting, which read flip a coin. If heads, the defending Pokemon is now poisoned. And did 10 damage. Following the Weedle, we have Next up, we have his final form, the Beedrill. He is seen here floating in front of a bunch of trees. It's interesting that the way they did the background, it almost kind of gives it like a water reflection feel. It's cool. He has 2 attacks. Twin Needle, which reads flip 2 coins, and the attack does 30 damage times the number of heads. And Poison Sting, which deals 40 damage and can poison the opponent. I feel like I was always more of a Butterfree fan than Beedrill, but both have their uses. I also had a base set 2 version of him, which, by the way, the original cards, their rarity was in the bottom corner right here, and the highest you could get was this black star, which meant rare. A black circle was common, and a black diamond was uncommon. I feel like there's way too many varieties of rarity nowadays. And I feel like I always say what each of them are, so I apologize if I ever say any of them. Up next, we have another classic, the Pidgey. He is seen here, standing in a wide open field. I love the very simplistic lens flare that the artist used for the sun. A common sight in forests and woods. It flaps its wings at ground level to kick up blinding sand. Pidgey. It also appears that I had a base set 2, so we will feature him on the back. Following the Pidgey, we have a Pidgeotto. I really feel like this one artist did so many of the cards. The Pidgeotto is seen here, kind of standing in a very similar field as the Pidgey, but it is a much more foggy and misty day. He still features the same whirlwind attack, however, it does 20 damage this time, and he has the additional mirror move, which reads, if Pidgeotto was attacked last turn, do the final result of that attack on Pidgeotto to the defending Pokemon. Very cool. In place. We also have a base set 2 of the Pidgeotto that we will place on the back. And finally, we have a first edition jungle version of the Pidgeot. Do you guys pronounce it Pidgeot or Pidgeot? I've done both ways, and I've kind of heard both ways. And I'm going to give him a sleeve since he is a first edition. The Pidgeot is now soaring high in the sky and features 2 new attacks. Wing attack for 20 damage and Hurricane, which reads, unless this attack knocks out the defending Pokemon, return the defending Pokemon and all cards attached to it back to your opponent's hand. Very fun. When hunting, it skims the surface of water at high speed to peck off unwary prey. looks like I had 2 variations of him as well, but just the base version, not a first edition. So I'll put those guys back here. They are rare cards. Next in line, we have the Rattata. I actually love the detail that the artist put into this tree branch here. It has like a hole almost like nibbled out of it, and you can see the detail of the under branch there. There's also some beautiful snow-capped mountains in the background, and some little like swirly vines. I love it. Let's see, this artist was 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 𝓐𝓬𝓬𝓮𝓼. Very cool. The Rattata featured 1 attack, bite. I also have a Team Rocket version of Rattata, where the background is kind of a more abstract autumn forest. It's very out of focus, but it's actually pretty. I like how they did it. I also appreciate that the artist put 1 very subtle sparkle on his tooth. It's fun. His Pokemon power was Trickery, which reads, once during your turn, you may switch 1 of your prizes with the top card of your deck. Oh, that's really cool. He also has a quick attack, which reads, flip a coin. If heads, it does 10 damage plus 10 more, but if it's tails, it only does 10. We will feature him on the back here. Next up, I have a whole pile of Raticates. Apparently I did not play with these that much. Looks like we have 2 of the base set, 3 of the base set 2. I think we'll just keep 1 of these in the binder. The Raticate is seen here hovering over a kind of abstract grassy field. It's interesting how pretty much all of the original cards featured like the entirety of the Pokemon, and they weren't as integrated, I feel like, into the scenes as the modern cards are. This Raticate features 2 attacks, Bite for 20 and Super Fang for question mark. Oh, that's hilarious. It says it does damage to the defending Pokemon equal to half the defending Pokemon's remaining HP. Very fun. I do feel like Pokemon helped me with math when I was a kid, especially with cards like this. Because on the back side, we have this first edition Dark Raticate, who also needs a sleeve. This Dark Raticate is looking much more intimidating than the regular one. I like how he's like almost pointing at you, like, hey you, over there. He features 2 attacks, Gnaw for 20 and Hyper Fang. However, his Hyper Fang does 50 damage, but variations in here. Look at this ridiculous pile of sparrows. I don't know how I fit all these in my original binder. Those poor sleeves are just like bulging out. The sparrow was actually featured in the jungle set, and he is seen here catching a little worm on the ground. It's interesting whenever they put like real life animals mixed in with a Pokemon. I feel like they don't do that as much modern day as they did back in the 90s. Eats bugs in grassy areas. It has to flap its short wings at high speed to stay airborne. Flap, 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 flap. Our lovely little sparrow there. Looks like in that pile I have a bunch of version 2s of it as well. Let's do this. Look at this guy. I think all my extra cards will go into just my regular bulk box. So we'll put the version 2 behind him. I know some of you will probably come at me in the comments for putting the cards back to back, because you're technically not supposed to, but that's okay. For the back side, I am going to put this first edition Lieutenant Surge Sparrow, who also needs a sleeve. This was from the, I think it was called Gym Heroes set that was released after the Rocket one, I believe. The background on this is actually very interesting because it's just like a very bright sun hidden behind a very cloudy afternoon. I also like how they had the gym leader on the bottom there that was associated with each of them, which they kind of mimicked a little bit in Destined Rivals more recently. It's very cool. Somehow I just realized I missed Pharaoh, our evolved version of Sparrow. Looks like I only had a base set 2 of it, and he features 2 abilities, Agility and Drill Peck. Agility reads, flip a coin. If heads during your opponent's next turn, prevent all effects of attacks, including damage, done to the Pharaoh. Very cool. Put him in his rightful place. Following the Pharaoh, we have an Ekans. I still love that Ekans was just sneak spelled backwards. Very creative, guys. Moves silently and stealthily. Eats the eggs of birds such as Bitchy and Sparrow. Oh no! Poor eggs. He was also from the Fossil set. I think this might be our first Fossil set Pokemon. Following the Ekans, we have his evolved form, the Arbok, which is creatively Cobra spelled backwards. The Arbok features 2 attacks, Terror Strike, which deals 10 damage, and markings on its belly differ from area to area. Mysterious. Next up, we have the classic 𝓔𝓭 𝓐𝓬𝓬𝓮𝓼. Unfortunately, I did not get the red cheek variation of it, but I do have this beautiful base set one. This classic Pikachu was featuring 2 attacks, Gnaw for 10 damage and Thunder Jolt for 30. When several of these Pokemon gather, their electricity can cause lightning storms. We also have a base set 2 of that, so I think these 2 will stick together. And they re-released a more realistic looking Pikachu in the Jungle set. As you can see, I have a first edition of it here. This Pikachu featured 1 attack, Spark, which reads, if your opponent has any benched Pokemon, choose one of them, and the attack does 10 damage to it as well. Very fun. We also have just the regular variation of the jungle. So hopefully I have enough spaces for all of my variations of Pikachu. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I'll keep the first edition and the jungle together because I'm going to need 1 slot for the Raichu. Then moving on to the awesome promos. We have this version of the Pikachu, which was a Black Star promo. He is seen here hovering above just a bunch of leaves. This Pikachu has the Growl attack. If the defending Pokemon attacks Pikachu during your opponent's next turn, any damage done is reduced by 10. He also featured the Thundershock attack for 20 damage and a paralysis chance. I forget where that particular promo came from, but this next promo I definitely know was from the Pokemon, the first movie in 2000, I believe. It was awesome because it was like the first time Pokemon was on the big screen, and they gave away a bunch of cool promo cards for everyone who got tickets. This special Pikachu has 2 attacks, Recharge and Thunderbolt. The Recharge lets you search your deck for a lightning energy and attach it to the Pikachu. Thunderbolt says discard all energy cards attached to him in order to use the attack, but it did 50 damage. Next up, in the promo card line, we have this awesome Surfing Pikachu, which I think you could have actually gotten in the original games, which I never knew. I forget how it was done, but there was like some way to actually trigger it as like a mini game within the original games. We'll have to look it up again. This card is fun because he actually uses water energy for a surf attack, which is pretty funny. Surfing Pikachu. I believe I got this guy from playing in the Pokemon League back in the day, because they gave out a lot of the cool promo cards during that time. Also, to go with that Surfing Pikachu is the Flying Pikachu. it does an additional 50 more damage. If tails, the attack only does 30. So funny. I love how meta this card is. I'm also very, very thankful that I never actually filled out my name at the top there, because I definitely remember having that thought as a kid that I should do that. So I'm very thankful that I did not follow through with that. Birthday Pikachu. Next up, we have the Raichu. Looks like I have two variations of it, the original base set and the fossil version. You can see like a slight variation in the holofoil patterns, but they're actually fairly similar. The base set version had the attack agility, which read flip a coin. If heads during your opponent's next turn, it prevents all damage and effects done to the Raichu. He also featured the classic Thunder attack, which does 60 damage. However, it also will do 30 damage to the Raichu if you get a tails on a coin flip. I feel like a lot of these original cards relied more on the coin flips than the modern cards do. The fossil version of the Raichu featured just one attack, the Giga Shock, for 30 damage, and you got to choose 3 of your opponent's benched Pokemon and deal 10 damage to each of them. If your opponent has fewer than 3 benched Pokemon, do the damage to each of them. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do this because I had so many Pikachu promos. I guess for now, I'll just keep this behind the other Raichu. Because they're both sleeved. Moving onwards to our adorable little Sandshrew. I always loved Sandshrew. He's just so adorable and squishy looking. And he has just like such a cute looking expression. Oh, love it. This Sandshrew featured the Sand attack for 10 damage. And if the defending Pokemon tries to attack during the next turn, then they flip a coin. If they get tails, it does nothing. Very useful. Looks like I had some preset 2 of this as well, so we will just stack that for now. Following the Sandshrew, we have his evolved form, the Sandslash. This Sandslash features 2 attacks, regular slash for 20 damage, and Fury Swipes, which lets you flip 3 coins and does 20 damage for each heads. Coming out right up there. Next up, we have a first edition of the Jungle 𝓒𝓪𝓻. Get her nice and secure in a sleeve. Yeah, I swear this 𝓔𝓚𝓬𝓬𝓮𝓼 did like all the cards. Not too many artists in the set. Featuring his classic, like, very painterly also have a regular jungle version of her and a base set too that we will put on the other side. The back of this guy got a little ripped up. Let's see if I have a better base. Yeah, this one's better. That will go with my bulk. Following the 𝓔𝓪𝓻, we have her evolved form, the 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭. She is seen here in kind of a more deserty, sandy environment. She features 2 attacks, supersonic and double kick. The female's horn develops slowly, prefers physical attacks such as clawing and biting. Chop, chop, chop. 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭. And of course, we cannot forget her final form, the lovely 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭. I love this beautiful field of pink flowers that the artist has her standing in. It feels very lovely and serene. The 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 features 2 attacks, Mega Punch for 50 damage, and Boyfriends. That's hilarious. It does 20 damage plus 20 more damage for each 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 in play. Oh my god, that is kind of amazing. 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 was a player. Very nice and secure. Next up, we have the male version of 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓻. This was actually, well, not this card in particular, it's a little bit later in the binder, but he was the first Pokemon card that I had actually received. One of my friends just like happened to have it from her brother and was like, here, you take this because you played the game. And that started everything. But this one is actually from the base set, and he features the Horn Hazard attack, which deals 30 damage, but will do nothing if you flip a tails. Looks like I had a base set too as well of him. So we'll put him over here. Looks like I have 2 versions of his evolved form, the 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭. The 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 is looking much more confident in his fighting ability and seems to be kind of prowling the inner canyon of the same location that the 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 was outside of. The 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 features the double kick attack, which lets you flip 2 coins and does 30 damage for each heads, plus the horn drill, which does a whopping 50 damage. And of course, we cannot forget our fierce 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 to go with our 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭. I wonder if the 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 had a holographic version. I'm sure she did, and I just didn't get it, unfortunately. Because the original sets actually featured 2 variations of a lot of the rare cards. They had a holofoil and a non-holofoil. And the holofoils are the ones that are extra worth more if they were rarer. This particular 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 features the 2 attacks, Thrash and Toxic. Thrash reads, flip a coin. If heads, this attack this other 𝓔𝓺𝓻 variation, which I want to say is from Neo Genesis. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that's what the double white stars was, which was the last set I believe I had reached before I stopped collecting as a kid. But this 𝓔𝓺𝓻 is seen swinging adorably on a little porch swing. Looks like it's almost like a coffee shop or something with the ad in the window. It's so cute. This 𝓔𝓺𝓻 has the attack double slap, which lets you do 10 damage for each heads you flip on a coin. He also has the attack square dance, which reads, flip a coin, flip a number of coins equal to the total number of Pokemon in play. For each heads, you may search your deck for a basic energy card and put it into your hand. Oh, that's so cool. That could have been very useful. Following the 𝓔𝓺𝓻, we have its evolved form, the 𝓔𝓺𝓻. Seen here doing a little dance on top of a rock. Probably the moon dance. This 𝓔𝓺𝓻 also features the same metronome attack, but also has a minimize attack, which reads, all damage done by attacks to 𝓔𝓺𝓻 during your opponent's next turn is reduced by 20. It looks like I also had the non-hollow version of 𝓔𝓺𝓻 as well. So you can see there's a lot more like detail in the art, which you can like barely make out in the hollow pattern. I actually love the colors that they use. I wish it kind of came out a little bit more in that one. You can also see the numbers. They actually had different numbers. So this one was number 1 out of 64, and this one was actually 17 out of 64. So they were considered different cards. It looks like I also have a base set 2 version of the hollow 𝓔𝓺𝓻. There's a little swirl right behind her as well. I love the little swirls. I think let's move that 𝓔𝓺𝓻 up here, and base set 2 will go here. Next up is another one of my all-time favorite Pokemon, Vulpix. I just love how simplistic and beautiful this background is. It's just like a couple of like really bright lens flare stars just behind the Vulpix, but it just really makes him pop in the foreground. It's very fun. And for some reason, this Vulpix knew Confuse Ray, which is considered a fire attack for some reason, and did 10 damage and confused the opponent. Looks like I had a base set 2 as well. Stick that over there. And following the Vulpix, we have a gorgeous Ninetales. Oh, I just love the hollow foil pattern on this one. It has like a very mystical feeling to the little swirly smoke that they put there. It's so fun. The Ninetales featured 2 attacks, Lure and Fire Blast. one of them and switch it with the defending Pokemon. And Fire Blast did a whopping 80 damage, but you had to discard one Fire Energy card in order to use it. But that's actually an extremely high amount of damage for base game. It looks like I actually had 2 holofoils of base set 2, which are also needing a sleeve. There you go. Now they're not. They're more secure. I'll put them both here. Next up, we have another classic card, the Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff. This Jigglypuff is seen here, relaxing at the top of a tree and singing its classic song. This one is also special because it's a first edition Jigglypuff. The basic Jigglypuff was from the Jungle set, it looks like, and featured 2 attacks, Lullaby and Pound. Looks like I had a regular version as well. And oh no. My camera shifted a little, sorry about that. And base set 2, which I'll put, I guess I'll put it over here for now. And to go with that Jigglypuff, we have its evolved form, the Wigglytuff. Seen here, just kind of prancing around. So cute. The Wigglytuff also features the Lullaby attack, but has an additional attack called Do the Wave, which does 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each of your benched Pokemon. Wigglytuff. Following the Wigglytuff, we have another classic, Zubat. Swooping in at sunset from a cave. I love how they actually have a couple other little Zubats hanging out in the background there. This Zubat has the attack Supersonic to confuse your opponent and leech life. Forms colonies in perpetually dark places. Uses ultrasonic waves to identify and approach targets. I also have a Team Rocket Zubat, where art's a little bit more intricate, I feel like. You can see him with his mouth agape under a sliver of a moon. I love these kind of like creepy looking trees that are all like bent and molded around in the background. Very cool. The Zubat from the Rocket set had 2 attacks, Ram for 10 damage and Bite for 20. You will go in the middle here. background is actually very cosmic looking. Kind of cool. You have some like beautiful clouds and some tiny little stars peeking their way through. The 𝓔𝓺 features 2 attacks. Wing attack for 30 damage and leech life, which is the same effect as the Zubats, but does 20 damage instead. It's actually kind of fun how in the original set the attacks kind of like evolved with them, so you would have the same type of attack but it doing more damage. I also have this gorgeous dark 𝓔𝓺𝓻, which matches my nails, from the Rocket set. Love the like detail in the cavern that he's flying out of. It's so cool. The dark 𝓔𝓺𝓻 features a Pokemon power called Sneak Attack, which reads, when you play dark 𝓔𝓺𝓻 from your hand, you may choose one of your opponent's Pokemon and do 10 damage to that Pokemon. It's fun because the 𝓔𝓺𝓻 in Destined Rivals actually does a very similar effect, so I love that they are actually mirroring this original card. So fun. He also has a Flitter attack, which says choose one of your opponent's Pokemon and do 20 damage to them. Very cool. Next up, we have the adorable Oddish. It's interesting because I feel like the artist that did this card was kind of like a pre-Yukimori, since he did like a very like kind of 3D styled background and way of doing the Pokemon. Let's see, this was Kenji Kirabuchi. This Oddish featured 2 attacks, Stun Spore for 10 damage and a chance to paralyze, and Sprout. During the day, it keeps its face buried in the ground. At night, it wanders around, sowing its seeds. Looks like I also had a rocket version of Oddish. Actually, I love the art on this card. It's like a beautiful little watercolor, and there's like this tiny little frog right there just kind of chilling with the Oddish. That's so cute. The Oddish on the Rocket set featured 2 classic attacks, Sleep Powder and Poison Powder. Following the Oddish, we have its evolved form, Gloom. I love the little details of the like little poison powder just like emanating from the top of the Gloom there. Very cool. The Gloom has a continuation of the poison powder that the Oddish, we know. Oh yeah, that the Rocket Oddish had. Like, yeah. But he now also features an attack called Foul Odor, which does 20 damage and confuses both Pokemon. That's hilarious. It looks like I also had 2 fun variations of Gloom. We have the a strong smell that it even confuses itself at times. That's amazing. He has a Pokemon power called Pollen Stench, which reads, once during your turn, you may flip a coin. If heads, the defending Pokemon is now confused. If tails, your active Pokemon is now confused. So one thing I love is that the Gloom and Vileplume line, I think it was based off of a real flower called the Corpse Flower, which blooms like one day out of every year and releases this like really gross, stinky smell when it does. They're also gigantic. They actually have one at one of the gardens near me. They have a little conservatory, and they grow a couple of them. And I managed to catch it on Bloom Day once, which was very cool. We'll put our dark Gloom over here. And we also have this fun Erica's Gloom, which is a happier looking Gloom. It features 2 attacks, Healing Pollen, which reads, flip a coin. If heads, remove 4 damage counters from Erica's Gloom. And Magic Pollen, which does 30 damage and you flip a coin. If you get heads, you get to choose between asleep, confused, paralyzed, or poison. That's really fun. Next up, we have the final evolution of Oddish, the Vileplume. Unfortunately, I do not have the hollow version of this card, but that is okay. She is seen here just looking adorable, standing in a mound of stink. The Vileplume has Pokemon power Heal. Once during your turn, you may flip a coin. If heads, remove 1 damage counter from one of your Pokemon. She also features the Petal Dance attack, which lets you flip 3 coins and do 40 damage for each number of heads. However, the Vileplume becomes confused after using it. For the backside, we have the Erica's Vileplume, which I do have in hollow foil. Oh wow, that text is tiny. It looks like the Pokemon power Pollen Defense. If an attack does damage to Erica's Vileplume while it's your active Pokemon, even if it's knocked out, flip a coin. If heads, your opponent's Pokemon is now confused. This power works even when Vileplume is asleep, confused, or paralyzed. Oh, that's fun. That's like the smallest I've ever seen the text. Next up, we have the Mushroom Pokemon, Paris. We have 3 from the Jungle set, and features the Spore attack, but he has upgraded to a slash, a host parasite pair, in which the parasite mushroom has taken over the host bug, prefers damp places. Oh, that's so interesting. I never realized that the mushrooms were actually like the Pokemon and they took over a bug. It's funny. And a little creepy. Next up, we have the lovely Venonat. Oh, actually, I love these flowers that they put behind the Venonat. There's actually a little bumblebee there too. It's interesting that they actually had real bugs in the backgrounds of some of these. I wonder if the artists were told that they could do that or not, or if it's the same artist that has been putting the insects in the photos. This Venonat features Stun Spore for 10 damage and Paralyze, and Leech Life for 10 damage, and it heals the Venonat. We also have a base set 2 of him. So we'll put him on back here in the matching slot. Next up, we have the evolved form of Venonat, the Venomoth, in hollow form. It's interesting, actually, the hollow pattern, there's like a line across there. I think that might actually just be the art. That might be where like the line of the mountains and the sky are. It's interesting. It's a lot harder to make out the backgrounds of the original base set hollows. If you turn it, you can sort of make it out. The Venomoth now features a Pokemon power called Shift, which reads, once during your turn before your attack, you may change the type of Venomoth to any type of any other Pokemon in play other than colorless. Interesting. That's actually pretty fun. So if you're up against a fire type Pokemon, you could be like, Venomoth is now water, and be doing double to the fire instead. He also has a Venom Powder attack that is 10 damage, and you flip a coin. If it's heads, the defending Pokemon is now confused and poisoned. It's actually a very fun card. I just wish his attack did a little bit more damage. We have the adorable Diglett next. Picking up from his hole in the ground. It's actually, there's like some details on this that almost actually make him look like he is furry. That's really funny. I don't know if you can make that out. Was the Diglett supposed to be furry? I can't remember. I know that no one knows what he actually looks like underneath though. The Diglett features 2 attacks, Dig for 10 and Mudslap for 30. One of the stores in my mall actually has like this adorable Diglett plushie, and every time I go there I'm like, maybe today I'll actually get the Diglett because it's so cute. We also have a base set 2 and a first edition Rocket. We'll give this guy a nice sleeve because he's first edition. That's so fun. Let's see, this was Sumiyoshi Kazumi is the illustrator. Wonder if they did any other cards. The Rocket Diglett has 2 attacks. Dig under and scratch, scratch, scratch. The dig under reads, choose one of your opponent's Pokemon. This attack does 10 damage to that Pokemon. Nice. The way to attack the bench. Let's put these guys on the back. We have his evolved form up next. The trio. Looking much more intense and smooth compared to the very hairy looking Diglett over there. The trio features a slash attack for 40 damage and Earthquake, which does a whopping 70 damage and 10 damage to each of your own benched Pokemon. Oh no. That's funny that it does it to your own but not the opponent's. So I guess there's definitely a negative to using the Earthquake. Next up, we have another classic, the Meowth. Seen here, hoarding a giant pile of gold. I also actually love how the artist did the background on this one. It has almost like a sponge painting effect with the texture. Very cool. Adores circular objects. Wanders the streets on a nightly basis to look for dropped loose change. We, of course, couldn't have a Meowth without also having the classic Rocket Meowth. In this version of Meowth, he is seen tossing all his coins around. I love it. I just love how they did the out of focus coins in the background. It looks like he's dancing on top of them. His attack is called Coin Hurl, which reads, choose one of your opponent's Pokemon, flip a coin. If heads, the attack does 20 damage to it. Don't apply weakness or resistance for the attack. So he's basically just chucking coins at any of your opponent's Pokemon. That's fun. Let's put him back here. And I also have this awesome promo Meowth. I'm trying to remember where I got this one in particular, but it does have like a GB stamp right there, so it might be like Game Boy, maybe. I'll have to look it up where these actually were from. This holographic Meowth features the attack Cat Punch, which reads, flip a coin. If heads, the attack does 20 damage, but if it's tails, and if your opponent has any benched Pokemon, he chooses one of them, and the attack does 20 damage to it instead. Very fun. And finally, I also have this special Platinum Meowth, which I believe I got from Burger King, I want to say, during like a promotion they were doing. This was from one of the later sets, probably Neo Genesis around that time. This one was, because one of the first times I've seen the reverse hollows be done. It has 2 attacks, the classic Payday as the original card, and a Fury Swipes We also have the base set 2 of the person. Is it Persian or Persian? Let me know how you guys pronounce it. I feel like I've been doing both ways. I'm gonna put this here because I have this hilarious card. I want to say this is the Japanese version of Dark Persian. I'm honestly not sure if this is actually a real card or not. I found it in my bulk bag that my parents had sent me. See, it looks like it is. Looks like the cutting of it was not great up here. So it is completely possible this is not a real card because I've never seen like the cards have the entire card be on foil. Usually it's just like the center or the reverse, not both. But let me know if you guys know if this is a real card or not. I'm also wondering if it might be a sticker because I vaguely remember there being like a little vending machine at a restaurant when I was a kid for Pokemon cards, and it might have been stickers. So that'd be hilarious if that's what this actually is. Either way, we will keep him safe for now. Next up, we have one of my favorite Pokemon, the Psyduck. I love the art on this card. The Psyduck looks like he's having an existential crisis. Did I say that right? As he peers at his very blurry reflection in the pond. Existential crisis. Yes, that's the word I am looking for. It also has this little fish leaping up in the background too. I know it's supposed to be a headache, but it still reads that way to me. This Psyduck features 2 attacks. Headache, where your opponent cannot play trainer cards during their next turn. So this was like an early Badoo, except it still cost the psychic energy. And Fury Swipes. Swipe, swipe. We also have the rocket version of Psyduck, seen here with an even worse migraine. It almost looks like he's like powering up his psychic abilities with his migraine. This Psyduck features 2 attacks. Dizziness, which lets you draw a card, and Water Gun, which does 20 damage plus 10 more damage for each water energy attached to the Psyduck. Not including the one that is used to pay for the attack. Place him over here. And we have the Misty Psyduck, the original version. This Psyduck is looking a little bit more lazy as he lounges out on this mound of grass. He features the Scratch attack for 10 damage. And Call for a Friend, which reads, flip a coin. If heads, you may search your deck for a basic Pokemon with Misty in its name and add it to your bench. What's kind of fun about this is, well, I haven't pulled the full art yet of the Rocket or the Destined Rivals Misty. I did actually pull the Japanese version. It's not actually scratched, it's just this case. Apparently got a little stretched. There we go. You can see here just how like more intense the modern cards are compared to what they were back in the day. Hey, look at these. It's insane, like how much better quality and like just how much more effort they put into the cards in my Misty Gyarados deck. After the Psyduck, we have a Golduck up next. The Golduck features 2 new attacks, Psyshock for 10 damage and a chance to paralyze, and Hyper Beam, which only does 20 damage, but if the defending Pokemon has any energy attached to it, you get to choose one and discard it. That's hilarious that Hyper Beam costs 3 energy and only did 20 damage. I feel like they didn't do that attack justice. Next up, we have the feisty Mankey. Swinging through the jungle treetops. I swear I can talk, you guys. The Mankey features a Pokemon power called Peek, where once during your turn, you may look at one of the following: the top card of either player's deck, a random card from your opponent's hand, or one of either player's prizes. Wow. That is actually fantastic, because you could just keep them on the bench and figure out where all your prizes are. Extremely quick to anger. It could be docile one moment, then thrashing away the next. Following the Mankey, we have his even more enraged version, the Primeape. I love these little squiggly puffs of exhaustion and anger coming off of the Primeape. That's such a fun detail. Always furious and tenacious to boot, it will not abandon chasing its quarry until its quarry is caught. I've never heard the word quarry be used instead of enemy. Very cool. Get him nice and secure. We also have the rocket version of the Dark Primeape, which has really cool art on it as well. It almost looks like he punched the ground in a fist of rage and got dragged backwards as he did, leaving this purple trail behind. It's very interesting. I love how they did these trees and stuff in the background too. This Dark Primeape had the Pokemon power Frenzy, which reads: if the Dark Primeape does any damage while it is confused, even to itself, then it does an additional 30. Oh no! So that means that he could knock himself out. That's so funny. His attack is the Frenzied attack for 40 damage. And it also confuses the Dark Primeape. That's so fun. We will put him in his matching slot. The back there. Following the Primeape, we have the Fiery Growlithe. He looks so floofy and confident. I love it. I also love that he's just described as a puppy Pokemon. Very legendary Pokemon, even though he technically was not considered one of them, I don't think. He has some fun fiery attacks. We have the Flamethrower for 50 damage, but you must discard a fire energy in order to use it. He also has the Takedown attack, which does 80 damage, but also does 30 to itself. 𝓔𝓚𝓻. We also have the basic 2, the fit right here, to go on the back. Following the 𝓔𝓚𝓻, we have an adorable Poliwag, featuring its swirly belly. Its newly grown legs prevent it from running. It appears to prefer swimming over trying to stand. It's also interesting to me that some of the Pokemon actually have the same attacks. So I want to say the Psyduck had that, but yeah, the Rocket Psyduck did, it looks like. But it did a little bit more damage. It also cost a little bit more. Right here. We also have the base set 2 and an adorable Misty's Poliwag. I'm actually kind of bummed that in Destined Rivals they didn't do more of Misty's Pokemon, because the Poliwag line would have been kind of fun too. This Misty's Poliwag is seen hanging out on a beach, and he has 2 attacks. Hypnotic Stare, which gives you a chance to paralyze. Oh, interesting. If you flip a coin, and if it's heads, they're paralyzed. If it's tails, then they're asleep, which is kind of cool. They'll always do something. Or Tail Wrap, where you flip 2 coins, and it does 20 damage for each heads. So we'll put Poliwag 2 down here, and our Misty's Poliwag up here. Next up, we have the Poliwag's evolved form, the Poliwhirl. I always love the Poliwhirls. They look so fun. It's like a giant frog with boxing gloves and no mouth. The Poliwhirl has 2 attacks. Amnesia, where you get to choose one of the defending Pokemon's attacks, and they cannot use it during the next turn. Very nice. It also features the Double Slap, which does 30 damage per the number of coin flipped heads from 2 coins. We also have the Misty's Poliwhirl. I actually love the very subtle kind of hypnotic pattern that the artist put in the background there. That's really fun. This Poliwhirl has a completely different set of attacks. It features one called Rabbits, which does 20 damage, and if the defending Pokemon has any energy, you get to flip a coin. If heads, you can choose lips were a lot more prominent in the original game. That's probably why they gave like the really awesome coins with everything. I feel like people don't really use the coins as much nowadays. And of course, we cannot forget the final form, the Poliwrath. I love how there's like these little bubbles in the background there. It's fun. The Poliwrath features a water gun attack for some reason. He apparently never got any better moves, not even like Bubble Beam or anything. But at least it does do 30 damage now instead of the 10 that the Poliwag does. He also features Whirlpool, an adept swimmer at both the front crawl and the breaststroke. Easily overtakes the best human swimmers. Poliwrath will go right here. Unfortunately, I do not have the Misty's Poliwrath, so I feel like I'm missing that to complete out this little line. Next up, we have one of my favorite Pokemon, the Abra. I always loved that he doesn't really open his eyes like ever. And actually, this card is very similar to the card from, which one? I almost want to say it's Mega Evolution, where they're both just kind of lounging underneath a tree trunk, except the one from the modern set is like levitating some little sticks and twigs and stuff. That's kind of a cool callback. Using its ability to read minds, it will identify impending danger and teleport to safety. That explains why they're always so quick to run away from you in the games. We also have a base set too, which I will hide behind the 𝓔𝓪. And a Rocket Abra. Oh, this one is taking a nice little nap on top of the very tip of a tower. That's so fun. Oh, he just looks so cute. I just want to give him a big hug. The Rocket Abra features 2 attacks. It has the same Psyshock attack that the regular one has, but it can also do Vanish, which lets you shuffle him back into your deck. I kind of wish they called that Teleport instead of Vanish. That's it for that page. Following the Abra, we have its evolved form, the Kadabra. Seen here holding up his spoon, prepared to attack. This Kadabra features 2 attacks, Super Psy for 50 damage, and Recover, where you discard 1 psychic energy and you get to remove all damage counters from the Kadabra. Fun story about, I believe it was this card in particular, or it might have been the Dark Kadabra line. But at some point in the 2000s, there was a magician named 𝓔𝓚𝓬𝓬𝓮𝓼, which they kind of based Kadabra off of with the spoon bending, because he was the person who was known for doing the spoon bending trick. He actually sued Pokemon because he didn't like using his image in the cards. So for a very long time, 𝓔𝓚𝓬 was not allowed to be printed as a Pokemon card, and it wasn't until I want to say like the 2020-ish that he finally decided that, yeah, you know what, it's okay, and that's why we have the modern Abra cards again. I'll have to double check those dates, but I'm fairly certain that's what it was. We do also have the Dark 𝓔𝓚𝓬𝓬𝓮𝓼 card. He's looking a little bit more chaotic. I actually love how they did this really cool fan effect in the background there. Has a very interesting energy to it. The Dark 𝓔𝓚𝓬𝓬 has the Pokemon Power Matter Exchange, which reads, once during your turn, you may discard a card from your hand in order to draw a card. Some people say that 𝓔𝓚𝓬s are responsible for many of the mysterious events reported in the news. Dark 𝓔𝓚𝓬𝓬𝓮𝓼. Let's see if I can get it in there. And we have the final evolution, Alakazam. Holographic version. I love how he has this very intense stare, as if he is definitely not playing around. Its brain can outperform a supercomputer. Its intelligence quotient is said to be 5,000. But it's not over 9,000. I feel like he should have a stronger attack than just Confuse Ray. Why doesn't he have the Psychic attack? For stage 2, he's not as powerful as you would imagine. We also have a first edition holographic Dark Alakazam. I love the holo on this card. I don't know if you can make it out that well on the camera, but there's this beautiful sunbeam coming right behind the Alakazam. That's so cool. This Dark Alakazam is a little bit more powerful, in my opinion, than the regular. He features 2 attacks. The first is Teleport Blast, which does 30 damage, and you can switch him with one of your benched Pokemon. He also features the Mind Shock, which does 40 damage. I can't remember if it's like this in the modern cards, but back in the day, Psychic was weak to Psychic, which I always found kind of funny. Oh, and that might be why they actually say don't apply weakness and resistance for this attack. So if you were doing a Psychic versus Psychic deck, then it wouldn't work as well. Get him nice and secure on the back there. Moving on to some fighting Pokemon, we have the Machop, which apparently I only had a base set 2 of left over. I know I definitely have more of him. Might be in that giant bulk bag, because I definitely had the starter deck for the Machamp line. This Machop features Low Kick as its attack. Yeah. We also have have another first edition of the Rocket Machop. Let's get him in a sleeve. The Rocket Machop has 2 attacks and is definitely more powerful. He has a punch for 20 damage and a kick for 30. I love how it's just punch and kick. There's no like special other description to the attack. That's hilarious. It's gonna get on the back here. I feel like I only had like a couple of the first edition dark packs. Wish I had gotten more. Next up, we have its evolved form, the Machoke. Seen here, posing his arm strength. Oh, that's interesting. He has a minus attack. His first attack is called Karate Chop, which does 50 damage minus 10 for each damage counter on him. Oh, that's hilarious. He also has a submission attack that does 60 damage, but also does 20 to itself. Interesting. We also have the base set 2 of him, which I'll put here because we have a dark Machoke from the Rocket set. Seen here at full strength, lifting a massive boulder. This dark Machoke features 2 attacks, Drag Off and Knockback. The Drag Off does 20 damage, and before you do the damage, you get to choose one of your opponent's benched Pokemon and switch it with the defending. They then do the damage to the new defending Pokemon. Oh, that's really fun. The Knockback attack says if your opponent has any benched Pokemon, he or she chooses one of them and switches it with the defending Pokemon. But you do the damage before the attack for this one. Oh, that's actually very fun. So you can just like kind of keep manipulating, like you get one back, dragging the other off, and then swapping them in. Very cool. Put our dark Machoke right here. And we have one of the bajillion variations of this card, first edition Machamp. This one I'm fairly certain was from, it was like a starter deck box that they had back in the day that included the first edition stamp. But it is not shadowless. The Machamp features a Pokemon power called Strikes Back. Whenever your opponent's attack damages Machamp, even if he's knocked out, it does 10 damage back to the attacking Pokemon. Cool. He also has the Seismic Toss for 60 damage. We also did pull the holographic Dark Machamp. I feel like the holographics were so much prettier in the Rocket set than they were in the base set. I don't know if it's just that these are more faded or if they kind of changed the style that they did. This Dark Machamp featured 2 attacks, Mega Punch for 30 damage and Fling, which says your opponent shuffles his or her active Pokemon and all cards attached to it into his or her deck. Wow. That's pretty fun. Let's get our Dark Machamp hanging out with our Dark secure. We also have a beautiful Erica's Bellsprout First Edition. Another card needing a nice little sleeve. Oh, I just love the expression on this Bellsprout. He just looks so calm and happy. Just to be hanging out amongst all the other little tulips. The Erica's Bellsprout featured the Poison Vine attack, which does 10 damage and a chance to poison, as well as the Vine Whip for 30. Next up, we have the Weeping Bell. The Weeping Bell is seen here dangling itself in a treetop, and I love how there's this tiny little blue bird just chilling out on the top of its head. That is amazing. The Weeping Bell has the Poison Powder attack, which does 10 damage and a chance to poison, as well as the Razor Leaf for 30. We also do have a base set 2 of the Weeping Bell that we will store back here. And of course, we have its final evolution, the Victory Bell. I believe there might have been a holographic version of this as well that I unfortunately do not have, but it is a beautiful card. The Victory Bell has 2 attacks, which reads, if your opponent has any benched Pokemon, you get to choose one and switch it with their active. And Acid, which does 20 damage, and per a coin flip, the defending Pokemon cannot retreat the next turn. It is so interesting to me how little damage a lot of these stage 2s actually did in the base set. I mean, 20 damage is not that much for an attack. Although granted, the Pokemon did not have nearly as much HP back in the day. Compare the Victory Bell's 80 HP to a modern Mega Evolution cards where it's over 300. Moving on to the Tentacool. The Tentacool had the Pokemon power Cowardice, which reads, at any time during your turn, you may return Tentacool to your hand. This power cannot be used the turn you put him into play. That's kind of fun. He also featured the Acid attack for 10 damage. And we also have this beautiful Misty's Tentacool. I love this card because you can really see how gigantic the Tentacool is in comparison to a human. She looks so tiny compared to him. The Misty's Tentacool has the Crystal Beam attack, which does 20 damage, and you flip a coin. If it's heads, then your opponent can't attach any energy to the defending Pokemon during the next turn. Wow, that's actually very useful. They should do that more in Modern. And if the Tentacool is this big, maybe he was an alpha Tentacool. And to go with our Tentacool, we have its evolved form, the Tentacruel. also have a Misty's Tentacruel. Oh, it's fun. It's actually interesting how they like completely centered it, and he's feeling very intimidating staring you down. The Misty's Tentacruel had the Pokemon power 𝓔𝓺, which reads, if an attack does damage to it while it's your active Pokemon, then you can switch it with one of your bench, which prevents all other effects of that attack done to the Tentacruel. Very cool. He also featured the Jellyfish Poison attack for 30 damage, and you flip a coin. If it's heads, they were poisoned, and if it's tails, they are confused. Very fun. This one will go here. Next up, we have our Rocky Geodude, bursting his way through a tunnel. The base set, or actually fossil set, Geodude features the Stone Barrage attack, which says flip a coin until you get tails, and the attack does 10 damage for each heads. I feel like that's a attack that some modern cards use. Called something different though. Next up, we have its evolved form, the Graveler. It features that same almost like crayon-like texture in the background. Interesting. Rolls down slopes to move. It rolls over any obstacle without slowing or changing its direction. It also featured a rock throw attack for 40 damage. And we had the final evolution, the Golem. He is seen here rolling his way down a mountainside. That's funny. I'm not sure if they had a holographic version of him or not. I would have to check. But he has some pretty powerful damage dealing attacks. First off is the Avalanche that does a whopping 60 damage. And he also featured the classic Self-Destruct, which does 100 damage and 20 damage to each Pokemon on each player's bench. But then he also does 100 damage to itself, knocking it out. It's interesting that it was 100 damage to him when he only had 80. Next up, we have the Fiery Ponyta. Seen here in a giant open field of grass with one lone tree in the background. Its hooves are 10 times harder than diamonds. It can trample anything flat in moments. I also have this first edition Rocket Ponyta. Let's get it nice and sleeved up. The Rocket edition had the Ember attack, which says discard 1 fire energy in order to use it, but it did 30 damage. We also have just a regular rocket, so I will put both here. We'll do first edition here and regular here. say 1, which would be hilarious. Oh, it even had like a little stain, I think, on it. Poor card. This Rapidash has the Stomp attack, which does 20 damage plus an additional 10 if you get a heads on a coin flip. And yeah, and it also has the Agility attack for 30 and has the chance to prevent all effects of attacks, including damage done to the Rapidash next turn. I feel like there might have been, well, actually it might not have been holographic because it's not rare. Then we have a dark Rapidash in much better condition than our regular Rapidash. I love the art on this one. It feels so menacing and ominous, the way that they have all flames swirling around. The Dark Rapidash features the rear kick attack for 20 damage and a flame pillar. A wild, uncontrollable Pokemon. When running, it looks like a comet streaking through the sky. Very cool. Following the Rapidash, we have a Slowpoke. I love the art on this because it's so simplistic. You have the lone Slowpoke in the center of just like a green background with a couple of clouds in the sky. Poor little Slowpoke buddy. This Slowpoke featured 2 attacks, Spacing Out, which let you flip a coin. If it's heads, you could remove a damage counter from him. Nice. And Scavenge, which you had to discard 1 psychic energy to use. But you could put a trainer card from your discard back into your hand. That is extremely useful, actually. We also have a Slowbro. Up next, I actually love the way that they did the coloration in the background. It has like a very purpley grass that he's sitting on, some greens in the mid, and a bright yellow sky with lots of clouds in the foreground. The background, I mean, not the foreground. The shelter that is latched onto Slowpoke's tail is said to feed on the host's leftover scraps. Chop, chop, chop. I always wondered if the tail had like a separate personality because it does have its own face. Because it does. Although it doesn't really look like a shelter. Next up, we have a slew of Magnemite cards. We have our base set version, which featured the Thunder Wave attack for 10 damage and a chance to paralyze, as well as a self-destruct attack that does 40 damage and 10 damage to each Pokemon on the bench. But it also knocks itself out. We have the base set 2 of the Magnemite. A Team Rocket's version of the Magnemite, which art's so interesting on it. It's so simplistic because it's just on like literally a full blue background. The Rocket Magnemite features a tackle attack for 20 damage and magnetism, which does 10 damage plus 10 more for each Magnemite, Magneton, and Dark Magneton on your bench. We also have a first edition of the Rocket Magnemite. A first edition Lieutenant Surge's Magnemite, which has the Thundershock attack for 10 damage and a chance to paralyze, and a tackle attack for 20, and a regular version of the Lieutenant Surge's Magnemite. That's a lot of Magnemites. Look at the first edition here sleeved up. There already was. And let's see how we want to do this. We'll put our regular here. And so we have 3 slots. In that case, I will put the base set 2 behind that. We can do the first edition and the regular rockets here. And the first edition, and I guess I could put the base set 2 over here. So we have 3. So we'll do it this way. These guys will go here. And my base set 2 go here. There we go. Much better. I have 2 Magneton cards. The first is the base set Magneton. This, I wonder if that's interesting because the base set Magnemite. Okay, yeah, so there was actually a fossil one that I don't have. Interesting. Somehow, out of all those Magnemites, I'm still missing one variation of it. Anyways, this Magneton has the Thunder Wave attack, which does 30 damage and paralyzes on a coin flip, and also features the classic Self-Destruct for 80 damage and 20 to all the benched Pokemon. Fortunately, this guy seems a little bit scratched up. That's a shame. He's cool though. We also have a fossil variation of the Magneton. It's interesting that I don't have the fossil Magnemite. I actually like the hollow a lot better on this one. It features these like really cool swirly electric energies. This Magneton has a Sonic Boom attack that does 20 damage and also features the Self-Destruct. However, this one does 100 damage instead of 80. He powered up. Here we go. Back over here. Next up, we have the Far-Fetched holding his giant leek. I love how like abstract they did the background on this one. It's like a beautiful pond that's extremely out of focus. This Far-Fetched card features a Leek Slap attack for 30 damage, and you have to flip a coin. If it's tails, the attack does nothing. But either way, you cannot use the attack again as long as he stays in play. Even putting him on the bench won't let you use it again. Oh, that's funny. Maybe his like leek broke when he slapped you with it. He also has a Pot Smash attack for 30. I love how they specified that he's just smashing pots. He must not like cooking very much. We also have the base set 2 of him, which will go on the back. desert with a lovely little cactus behind it. A bird that makes up for its poor flying with its fast foot speed leaves giant footprints. Makes sense. I also have a base set 2 of it. We have a 𝓔𝓪𝓻 up next. Featuring now 3 heads. The 𝓔𝓪𝓻 has the Pokemon Power Retreat aid that says as long as 𝓔𝓪𝓻 is benched, you can pay 1 less energy to retreat your active Pokemon. Very useful. He had the attack Rage, which did 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on him. Meaning he can do up to 70 damage with that attack. Pretty nice. Actually, this guy's a little beat up, I noticed too. But that's okay. We have a much cleaner looking base set 2 version of him. Following the 𝓔𝓪𝓻, we have an adorable seal. Apparently I only had the base set 2 of this as well. He featured 1 attack, Headbutt, for 10 damage. Let's actually see. I might put this guy in my binder actually, he has better centering. Next up, we have his evolved form, the 𝓔𝓺𝓻. Stores thermal energy in its body, swims at a steady 8 knots, even in intensely cold waters. I also love how they did the art on this one, because he's like underwater, and you see the base of these floating icebergs all around him. Very cool. Following the Dewgong, we have 𝓔𝓪𝓻. I actually love the art of this card because it has like a lot more going on. You see this giant full moon in the background and a sketchy looking building behind him. I also love how he's like holding on to this toxic can, it looks like. His first attack is called Nasty Goo, which does 10 damage and a chance to paralyze. He also features Minimize, which reads all damage done to attacks by attacks to 𝓔𝓪𝓻 during your opponent's next turn are reduced by 20. Nice. Into the binder you go. We also have a holographic version of his evolved form, the Muk. The Muk featured a toxic gas Pokemon power that ignored all Pokemon powers other than toxic gas. Oh, that's cool. Thickly covered with a filthy, vile sludge. It is so toxic, even its footprints contain poison. Oh no. zoos. So I guess it means your city is polluted. That's right there. Yes. We need a spot for the shelter up next. The adorable little oyster Pokemon sticking his giant tongue out at you. The shelter features the supersonic attack, which has a chance to confuse, and the hide in shell, which you flip a coin, and if it's heads, it prevents all damage done to the shelter next turn. We also have his evolved form, the Cloyster. The Cloyster featured 2 attacks, Clamp for 30 damage and a chance to paralyze, but if it tails on the coin flip, the attack does no damage. And Spike Cannon, where you flip 2 coins and the attack does 30 damage for the number of heads. Next up, they have a couple variations on the Ghastly. This base set 1 features him haunting a kind of broken castle. It looks like the ceiling is off almost. Trying to make out what it actually says. It says, I think, Kiwa City Muggle. Very fun. Let me know if you guys happen to know what the story is behind that graffiti. This Ghastly features 2 attacks, Sleeping Gas, with a chance to make the opponent asleep, as well as Destiny Bond, where you discarded 1 psychic energy and it knocks out Ghastly during your opponent's next turn. If a Pokemon knocks out Ghastly during your opponent's next turn, then you knock out that Pokemon as well. Very cool. We also have a base set 2 of this Pokemon. And a fossil variation. The fossil version features the Lick attack for 10 damage and a chance to paralyze. It also has the energy conversion, where you get to put up to 2 energy cards from your discard pile back into your hand. But it does 10 damage to the Ghastly. I think we will feature the base set here. The back, we can do base set 2 and fossil. Next up is the Ghastly's evolved form, the Hunter. Still haunting the same looking building. The Hunter features a hypnosis attack that no longer requires a coin flip to make the opponent asleep, and the classic Dream Eater, which does 50 damage, but you can only use it if the opponent is asleep. We also have the basic 2 variation of this card. Basic 2 over here. And of course, we have the world famous Gengar. I was fortunate enough to have pulled a hollow version of the fossil one, so you can see here. The Gengar featured the Pokemon power Curse, which reads, once during your turn, before your attack, you may move 1 damage counter from one of your opponent's Pokemon to another. He also has the Dark Mind attack for 30 damage, and if your opponent has any benched Pokemon, choose one of them, and his attack does 10 damage to it as well. Very fun. We also had pulled 2 variations of the non-hollow version of this card. Put on the back here. And a holographic Sabrina's Gengar. I know this card is actually pretty sought after, so I'm very pleased that I had a hollow version of it. The Sabrina's Gengar has 2 different attacks. The first is Pain Amplifier, which lets you put a damage counter on each of your opponent's Pokemon that already has damage on it. Very cool. It also has the Call of the Night, which does 40 damage, and unless this attack knocks out the defending Pokemon, you get to flip 2 coins. If both of them are heads, your opponent shuffles his or her active Pokemon and all cards attached to it back into the deck. I feel like that could be a negative though if you were like really close to knocking it out, because then when the damage counters get taken off and you could draw it again. Still very cool though. Sabrina's Gengar. There. Next up, we have the Onix. Onix. As it grows, the stone portions of its body harden to become similar to a diamond, though colored black, until it evolves into a Steelix. I also have a base set 2 of this card as well. Which you will put here on the back. Following the Onix, we actually have the Drowsy up next, because the Steelix evolution of him did not come out until the next generation of Pokemon. The Drowsy is seen here with a very cool, like, abstract background. I love it. It almost has like a stained glass feel to it. Puts enemies to sleep, then eats their dreams. Nom 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 nom. Occasionally gets sick from eating bad dreams. I love that they put that in there. I also have a first edition rocket version of the Drowsy, which we will get nice and sleeved right here. I love the little like very subtle squiggly designs that they did for the background in this one. this Drowsy featured a Pokemon power, long distance hypnosis, which says once during your turn you may flip a coin. If it's heads, then the defending Pokemon is now asleep, and if it's tails, then the Drowsy becomes asleep. Not popular with girls because of its attitude, can often be heard muttering to itself in a low voice. That's hilarious. Let's go down here. Following the Drowsy, we have a holographic version of the Hypno. It's interesting, I wonder, because this one's from the fossil set, but the Drowsy looks like it was from the base set. I wonder if they just didn't release a Hypno until the fossil set. I'll have to look into that. Maybe I'm just missing it. Anyways, this Hypno features 2 attacks. Prophecy, which lets you look at up to 3 cards from the top of either player's deck and rearrange them as you like. Very fun. And Dark Mind, which does 30 damage and an additional 10 to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. We have an adorable Krabby up next. Krabby. Its pincers are not only powerful weapons, they are used for balance when walking sideways. A beach. We also have the fossil version of Kingler. I love how dynamic they designed this card, where his giant claw is like grabbing towards the camera. Very fun. The Kingler features 2 attacks. 𝓔𝓺𝓻, which does 10 damage times the number of damage already on the Kingler. And the Crab Hammer for 40 damage. Next up is Pokemon number 100. The Electric Ball Voltorb. Apparently I only had a base set 2 of him. And he features the simple tackle attack for 10 damage. I feel like some of the non-base set 2s might be in that giant bulk bin, but I'll find out that later. We also have 3 variations of the Rocket, 2 of which being first edition. For some reason I already had a sleeve on this one, but this guy needs one. This one actually looks a little bit more beat up. You can kind of see the damage over there. A little bit face on the back. We'll feature all 3 here now. We also have a couple of variations of the evolved form Electrode. The first is the holographic jungle version, which features the tackle attack, now dealing 20 damage, and a chain lightning, which does does 20 damage as well. And if the defending Pokemon is not of the colorless type, then the attack does 10 damage to each bench Pokemon of the same type as the defending, including your own. Oh no. I also had the non-holo version of it, which it's always interesting because you can actually see like 2 out of 64 versus 18 out of 64. Then I had a base set too, so there must have been a base set 1 actually of this that I don't have, which is interesting. This art on it is a lot more centered and kind of cartoony in the way they did the background. He features a Pokemon power called 𝓔𝓺𝓻𝓭 𝓐𝓬𝓬𝓮𝓼𝓼. At any time during your turn, you may knock out Electrode and attach it to one of your other Pokemon. If you do, choose a type of energy. Electrode is now an energy card of that type, instead of a Pokemon that provides 2 of it. Oh, that's so fun. That's a really cool ability, actually. He also features an electric shock attack that does 50 damage, but has a chance of also doing 10 to itself. And we have a dark Electrode. This one looking even more menacing and is hovering in a very dark city. He features a rolling tackle attack that deals 10 damage, as well as an energy bomb that does 30, and you take all energy cards attached to him and attach them to your benched Pokemon instead. If you have no benched Pokemon, then you have to discard it instead. Very cool. Let's see how we want to sort these. I should be okay on the back. So I think we will holographic up here. I suppose I could have also organized all evolved form up next, the Marowak, which I apparently only had base set 2 versions of. The bone it holds is its key weapon. It throws the bone skillfully, like a boomerang, to KO targets. We have the non-holographic version of Hitmonlee up next. I love the very painterly background in this card. It's beautiful. Love those paint strokes. The Hitmonlee features 2 attacks, Stretch Kick, which reads, if your opponent has any benched Pokemon, you can choose one and do 20 damage to it. And High Jump Kick for 50. Very cool. Next up, we also have 2 holographic versions of the Hitmonchan base. Very fun. The Hitmonchan featured a jab attack for 20 damage and a special punch for 40. Kinda wish I had gotten the Hitmonlee as one of them instead though, so I would have both hollow. And we have another classic, the 𝓔𝓺𝓻. Seen here, reaching up to like a massive mound of bananas off a tree. I actually love the detail that the artist put into this card. The leaves are very cool. The 𝓔𝓺𝓻 features 2 attacks, Tongue Wrap, which does 10 damage and a chance to paralyze, and Supersonic, which has a chance to confuse. Next up, we have a Coughing, the poison gas Pokemon. It's interesting that Coughing was originally a grass type Pokemon. He's now dark because dark didn't actually exist back in the day. Because it stores several kinds of toxic gases in its body, it is prone to exploding without warning. Oh no. Next, we have its evolved form, the Wheezing. This Wheezing featured a Smog attack that did 20 damage and a chance to poison, as well as the classic Self-Destruct for 60. I also somehow managed to get not 1, not 2, but 3 Dark Wheezings, all holographic figures. The Dark Wheezing from the Rocket set featured 2 attacks, Mass Explosion, which does 20 damage times the total number of Coughings, Wheezings, and Dark Wheezings in play. Then this attack does 20 damage to each Coughing, Wheezing, and Dark Wheezing, even your own. Oh, that's so fun. That's I like that they kind of played actually off this This one also featured the stun gas attack for 20 damage, and you flip a coin. If it is heads, then it is poisoned, and tails, it is paralyzed. I do love that the Destined Rivals cards kind of referenced some of these old vintage cards attacks. Can't believe I ended up with 3 of these. Next Pokemon in line is the Rhyhorn. This Rhyhorn was from the Jungle set and featured 2 attacks. Leer, which you flip a coin, and if it's heads, the defending Pokemon cannot attack Rhydon during your opponent's next turn. Interesting. I feel like it should have been like your attacks do double damage or something instead, because in the games, Leer lowers their defenses. And a horn attack for 30 damage. We also have a stage 2, or not stage 2, a base set 2 of it. And a first edition Brock's Rhyhorn. Him in a sleeve. The Brock's Rhyhorn only featured 1 attack, Drill Tackle. That does 70 damage, but you have to flip 2 coins, and if both of them are tails, it does nothing. Wah, wah. Put our jungle variation up here. A base set 2 and a Brock's variation. And of course, we have his evolved form next, the Rhydon. Charging directly towards us. The Rhydon featured the horn attack for 30 as well, plus an attack called Ram, which does 50 damage, and Rhydon does 20 damage to itself. But if your opponent has any bench Pokemon, then they get to choose one and switch it with the defending. Very cool. We also have a base set 2 of it to put on the back. And we have another classic, the Chansey. In holographic form. The Chansey actually had 120 HP, which was a lot for that time period. And featured 2 attacks. Scrunch, where you flipped a coin, and if it's heads, it would prevent all damage done to the Chansey the next turn. And Double Edge, which would do 80 damage, but also the poor Chansey does 80 damage to itself. That's why he had so much HP. There's not even a coin flip with that, it just does it. Not sure how useful that actually is. Although I guess at 80 damage you could knock out most Pokemon back at that time. Next up, we have the Tingla. I actually never noticed that he looked like he was wearing red boots. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Its whole body is swathed with wide vines that are similar to seaweed. These vines shake as it walks. Shake, shake, this is all done, I might actually go back and reorganize all this into the actual order. Following the 𝓔𝓺𝓻, which also did not receive an evolution until the next generation, we have a holographic 𝓔𝓺𝓻. I still love how adorable the little baby 𝓔𝓺𝓻 always is in the cards. This 𝓔𝓺𝓻 let you fetch draw a card as the fetch attack, or do a comet punch, where you flipped 4 coins and it did 20 damage for each hits. I also have a non-hollow base set 2, where the background looks very pixelated on that. I don't know if that was intentional or not. I guess we have a massive army of horsies. Wow. And some Misty's ones as well. The horsey card is seen here, shooting out a lovely smokescreen attack, which did 10 damage, and if the defending Pokemon tried to attack the next turn, then you would get to flip a coin, and if it was tails, they would miss. We also have a Misty's horsey, which featured the same smokescreen attack but for 20 damage, and an additional tackle attack for 10. And to go with that horsey, we have its evolved form, the 𝓔𝓺𝓻. I love the crystallized coral background behind it. Beautiful. The 𝓔𝓺𝓻 features a water gun attack and an agility attack. The agility does 20 damage and has a chance to prevent all damage the next turn. Unfortunately, I did not pull a Misty's 𝓔𝓺𝓻 back in the day. An army of Goldines as well. And base set 2 Goldines. Following the 𝓔𝓺𝓻, we have a Goldine leaping out of the water in a massive splash. This Goldine featured the simple horn attack for 10 damage. I also have the base set 2 variation of it. We'll go back here. And to go with that Goldine, we have a beautiful 𝓔𝓭. I love the art of the coral reef that the artist did for this card. It's so beautiful, and I love just the way they placed the coral and the seaweed behind it. Very pretty. In the autumn spawning season, they can be seen swimming powerfully up rivers and creeks. We also have the base set 2 to go with it. a slap attack for 20 damage. We also have the base set 2 and a Misty 𝓔𝓪𝓻. The Misty 𝓔𝓪𝓻 did a swift attack that did 20 damage, and the attack's damage isn't affected by weakness, resistance, Pokemon powers, or any other effects. Interesting. Let's put these guys up here. Hope I don't run out of card space. And to go with that 𝓔𝓪𝓻, we have its evolved form, the Stymy. The Stymy featured 2 attacks: Recover, which let you discard a water energy from him to fully heal him, and Star Freeze, which reads flip a coin. If heads, the defending Pokemon is now paralyzed. In addition to 20 damage. I wish we had a Mega Starmie back in the day. What do you guys think about the new Mega Starmie? I think it's hilarious. We also have a base set 2 and a Misty 𝓔𝓪𝓻. The Misty 𝓔𝓪𝓻 I feel like was a little bit more powerful. It featured the classic water gun attack, as well as a bubble beam, which does 30 damage instead of 20. So it's basically like the Star Freeze, but a little bit more damage. However, it also took all water energy instead of 1 water and 2 of colorless. Next up, we have another classic, the Mr. Mime, in the holofoil form. The Mr. Mime featured an invisible wall, which reads, whenever an attack, including your own, does 30 or more damage to Mr. Mime, then prevent that damage. This power can't be used if he is asleep, confused, or paralyzed. If interrupted while mining, it will slap around the enemy with its broad hands. Very cool. We also have a non-holographic version of the base set 2 Mr. Mime with the same abilities, and a non-holographic 𝓔𝓪𝓻's Mr. Mime. Actually, it might not have come in holofoil because it was a common card, it looks like. This Mr. Mime looks like you surprised him from behind as he was putting up a barrier. He features a sleight of hand attack that lets you choose up to 3 cards from your hand and put them on top of your deck. Then you get to search your deck for that many basic energy cards. Very cool. It also has a slip attack for 20. Very fun. We'll put our holofoil up here, as well as our base set 2. And our Sabrina's variation on the back. Next up, we have a Scyther. First edition. Unfortunately, the first edition is not a holographic one. Wah, wah, but still very cool. With ninja-like agility and speed, it can create the illusion that there is more than also received a non-first edition version of it, and a base set 2 holofoil. Beautiful. And finally, we also have the Rockets Scyther. The Rockets Scyther is looking a lot more confident than the regular Scyther over here. He has 2 attacks, Blinding Scythe for 40 damage, and Shadow Images, which read, whenever Rocket's Scyther is attacked, your opponent flips a coin. If tails, that attack does no damage to it. The effect lasts until he takes damage or is benched. Nice. Let's see, which do I want to feature? I kind of feel like I should still feature the base set 2 over here because it's holographic. And I don't know, maybe I should do the first edition. I guess I'll do the first edition up here, because I've been trying to keep the jungle being up here. Scyther was always one of my favorites in the game. I'll put our base set 2 and our rocket. Next up, we have the Jinx. Jinx. Featuring her double slap attack and meditate, which does 20 damage plus an additional 10 for each damage counter already on the defending Pokemon. We also have a base set 2 of that card and a first edition Sabrina's Jinx. Sleeve on this one. The Sabrina's Jinx looks like it has much more personality than the regular Jinx, who is looking like a little bit confused. Although I feel like Jinx always kind of looks confused. The Sabrina's Jinx features an attack called Good Night, which does 10 damage and puts the Pokemon to sleep, and Good Morning, which does 20 damage, and if it was asleep, it is no longer asleep. That's fun. Sabrina's Jinx over here. Following the Jinx, we have the Electabuzz, who featured 2 very strong attacks. The first was Thunder Shock for 10 damage and left the defending Pokemon paralyzed on a coin flip, and Thunder Punch, which does 30 damage plus you got to flip a coin. If it was heads, it does an additional 30 damage. No, it does 30 damage plus 10 more damage. And if it's tails, then it does the extra 10 damage to itself. We had a base set 2 of the Electabuzz. Apparently I never got a holo of him. And another fun promo from the Pokemon First movie. Get the little stamp right up here. had a base set too, where they actually changed the art. That's kind of interesting. Maybe there was a base set. Oh, this was from the fossil set. Interesting. This Magmar featured a fire punch attack for 30 damage and a flamethrower attack, which does 50, but you have to discard a fire energy in order to use it. We also have a first edition Blaine's Magmar, confidently shooting out a blast of fire. Very cool. This Magmar has a fire breathing attack, which does 10 damage, and you flip a coin. If it's heads, it does an additional 10, but if it's tails, then it only does 10. And a lava burst, which reads, discard the top 5 cards of your deck. The attack does 20 damage for each fire energy card you discarded in that way. Oh, that's very fun. Let's get these guys nice and asleep. Put it in there. Space. Blaine's Magmar. Next up, we have the Pinsir. Pinsir. We did get a hollow of this, and it's a little hard to make out because of the hollow pattern, but there's some cool like blades of grass in the corner over here, and some swooshes off to the far right. I don't know if the camera will be able to pick that up though. The Pinsir features 2 attacks, Iron Grip and Guillotine. The Iron Grip does 20 damage with a chance of paralysis, and the Guillotine does 50. Next up is the Tauros. I almost said Balti and Tauros because I'm so used to seeing those cards nowadays. But this is just a classic Tauros. When it targets an enemy, it charges furiously while whipping its body with its long tails that are featured in the image. I also have this first edition Blaine's Tauros, who's looking very majestic in front of that western sunset scene. Let's add a sleeve to the sky. The Blaine's Tauros features 2 different attacks. The first is 3-pronged tail, where you flip 3 coins and it does 10 damage for each heads. Second is full speed charge, where you flip 4 coins and the attack does 20 damage for the number of heads and 20 damage to the number of tails to the Tauros. Interesting. Put our regular Tauros up front and our Blaine's Tauros in the back. Next up is one of my all-time favorites, the Magikarp. It looks like there's another little like sea creature, kind of like, oh no, it's a worm. There's like a little fishing rod and a worm. Oh, that's funny. That must be like the bottom of a boat up there. I never noticed that. I know, poor Magikarp. The original Magikarp features a tackle attack for 10 damage and a flail attack that does 10 damage times the number of damage counters on the Magikarp. Ironically, the modern Misty's Magikarps also only only have 30 HP. So apparently he hasn't evolved too much. We also have a base set 2 of the same card and a Rockets version. This Magikarp looks like he's been kind of caught in a riptide and is kind of like swirling all around. Either that or, yeah, I think that's what's happening. It could also be that he's washing up on the beach. It's a little hard to tell if that is seaweed or sand. What do you guys think? This Magikarp features the flop attack for 10 damage and a rapid evolution, which allows you to search your deck for an evolution card named Gyarados or Dark Gyarados and put it onto the Magikarp. Very fun. Let's put our regular Magikarp up here. And we will put our base set 2. And of course, you cannot have a Magikarp without a Gyarados. I have 2 versions of the holographic Gyarados, both from base set. It's interesting because the coloring of the border is a little bit more orange on this one than it is on that. Although I do vaguely remember reading that there were a lot of print differences in the Wizards of the Coast era. What if the back's different too? It's pretty good. I'm gonna put this guy in the front though because he has better centering. The Gyarados features 2 attacks. The Dragon Rage for 50 damage and a Bubble Beam for 40 and a chance to paralyze. Very nice. Gyarados. Then we have another one of my all-time favorites, Lapras. This Lapras is actually looking kind of intimidating with its mouth wide open. I never knew it had like kind of sharp teeth there. That's funny. Wonder if I can make out the background. When you tilt it slightly, you can kind of see some like mountains there and the river that she's on. I unfortunately do not have a non-holo version, so I don't fully know what the background image looks like on this. The Lapras features the classic Water Gun attack as well as a Confuse Ray. Lapras. After the Lapras, we have a Ditto. Unfortunately, I never got the holo version of Ditto. However, this particular card I remember specifically because it was actually the very first Pokemon card trade that I did. I was in 4th grade, I want to say, and everyone had brought their Pokemon cards to school. I was in like the little after school extended day, and I'm pretty sure I actually traded like a first edition 𝓔𝓬𝓬𝓮 for him because in the red and blue games, I was like, Ditto is like one of the hardest Pokemon to find. You can only get it at like the Indigo Plateau, that little area before you get to the Indigo Plateau. So in my 4th grade mind, I was like, he's super rare. So I probably lost out a little bit on that trade. But it worked out because I never actually got any other Dittos since then. So we have our little Ditto buddy for our collection. The Ditto has no attacks. He just has a Pokemon power transform, which reads, if Ditto is your active Pokemon, treat it as if it were the same card as the defending Pokemon, including type, hit points, weakness, and so on, except Ditto cannot evolve. Always has this Pokemon power, and and you may treat any energy attached to Ditto as energy of any type. I feel like this was the best variation of a Ditto card as far as representing the Ditto from the games. And now for another fan favorite, we have the Eevee. I love the art on this card. You see the Eevee prancing around through some beautiful flowers and kind of pawing at some little glowing butterflies around. I love it. The Eevee card featured 2 attacks. Tail Wag, which lets you flip a coin, and if heads, the defending Pokemon can't attack him during the next turn. And the Quick Attack, which lets you flip a coin and have a possibility of doing an additional 20 damage. We also have the Rocket Edition of Eevee, which features the Eevee at nighttime surrounded by little beautiful firefly bugs. Beautiful. A rare and unique Pokemon about which little is known, as few have been captured. Eevee in her spot. Over here. Matching Rocket Eevee on the back. For our first evolution, we have the Vaporeon. The Vaporeon features kind of like a bubble background behind it. It's a little hard to make out the holographic. She still features the Quick Attack, but has an additional Water Gun attack now. That does 30 damage plus 10 more for each water energy attached to the Vaporeon. I also have a copy of the Dark Vaporeon, which I don't think they did holographic versions of these because they were just uncommon. The Dark Vaporeon features a Bite attack for 30 damage and a Whirlpool attack for 20 that also lets you remove an energy card from your opponent. Put our Dark Vaporeon over here. Next up is the Electrifying Jolteon, which I unfortunately did not get a holo version of. The Jolteon also features the same Quick Attack, but has a Pin Missile option that lets you flip 4 coins and do 20 damage based on the number of heads. We also have a beautiful Dark Jolteon, which is feeling a little bit more sinister with a very thin striking lightning and spikes. The Dark Jolteon features a Lightning Flash attack that does 20 damage, and if the defending Pokemon tries to attack during the next turn, your opponent flips a coin, and if tails, the attack does nothing. It also features a Thunder attack that does 30 damage and has a possibility to paralyze them, but if it's tails, then the Jolteon takes 10 damage. It's interesting that the regular Jolteon 𝓔𝓺𝓻 has 70 HP, but the dark 𝓔𝓺𝓻 only has 50. I wonder if that's the same with the dark Vaporeon. Looks like it has 20 less as well. Interesting. And we cannot forget our third and final evolution from Gen 1, our Flareon. I do have a hollow version of this one, and the Flareon also features the quick attack, but has a flamethrower as its alternate attack. The flamethrower deals 60 damage, but you must discard 1 fire energy in order to use it. I also pulled just a non-hollow version of the Flareon, where you can kind of make out the background a lot better. It almost looks like she's kind of like on a cosmic rainbow scene. There's like a deep purple and some beautiful red sunset over the left side. Beautiful. Following the evolutions, we have the Porygon, which also has some very fun, like, very pixely old school art. He's very geometric. Even the trees and the mountains are very geometric and low poly. This Porygon features 2 attacks, Conversion 1 and Conversion 2. Conversion 1 reads, if the defending Pokemon has a weakness, you may change it to a type of your choice other than colorless. And Conversion 2 reads, change Porygon's resistance to a type of your choice other than colorless. Interesting. I feel like the Conversion 2 is not really that useful because he has no attacks, so you would only really be bringing him out to do the Conversion 1 and then probably pulling him back. But let me know if you guys played with this deck and what you used him for. My lone Porygon. Now we have moved on to the fossil Pokemon. We start off with the Ammonite, which is seen here on a ruinous structure. It looks like there was like a big pillar back there. So he's from a very ancient time. There was a trainer card called the Mysterious Fossil that you needed to play first before you could evolve it into the Ammonite, just like the modern fossil cards that evolve. This Ammonite featured the power Clairvoyance, which reads, your opponent plays with his or her hand face up. This power stops working while he is asleep, confused, or paralyzed. That's interesting because it doesn't specify he had to be in the active spot. That's like very OP. He also has the water gun attack. I can see that being extremely useful. Following the Ammonite, we have its evolved form, the Omnistar. The Omnistar features a slightly updated version of Water Gun doing 20 damage, and a Spike Cannon, which lets you flip 2 coins and do 30 damage times the number of heads. Next up is the Kabuto, who also evolved from the Mysterious Fossil. The Kabuto features a different Pokemon power, Kabuto Armor, which reads, whenever an attack, even your own, does damage to Kabuto, hollow version of the 𝓒𝓬𝓬𝓬𝓮𝓼. The 𝓒𝓬𝓬𝓬𝓬 is looking fierce with his giant sickles and features 2 attacks: Sharp Sickle for 30 and Absorb, which, like in classic fashion of the games, deals 40 damage and allows you to remove a number of damage counters equal to half the damage done to the defending Pokemon. Following the 𝓒𝓬𝓬𝓬𝓬, we have another stage 1 that evolves from the mysterious fossil, the Aerodactyl. This one I do have a hollow version of. I don't know if you can really make out the background here, but there's like beautiful like trees and swirly rocks and plants there. That's really cool. The Aerodactyl features the prehistoric power. No more evolution cards can be played. Oh man, that's kind of amazing. Just keep this guy on your bench and you're set. He also features the wing attack for 30 damage. Following the Aerodactyl, we have our friendly neighborhood Snorlax. I can tell if that's like a glitch on the hollow or something there. It's interesting. The Snorlax is seen here, waving at you from his nap. He has a Pokemon power, Thick-Skinned, which reads he cannot become asleep, confused, paralyzed, or poisoned. But the power can't be used if he is already asleep, confused, or paralyzed. Interesting. How does that work, though? Because how can he become asleep if he can't become asleep? I might have to look into how that worked, because that's a little confusing. The Snorlax features the attack Body Slam for 30 damage and a chance for paralysis. I also had one other version of base Snorlax and 2 base set 2 Snorlaxes. But since these are rare cards, I will put them all back here, I think. Yeah. We'll have a little army of Snorlaxes. For all my common duplicates, I'm putting them in my bulk bin. Now we are approaching the legendary Pokemon. To start us off, we have the Articuno, our frosty birdie friend. I did not end up with a holographic version of him, unfortunately, but that is okay, because I actually pulled the illustration rare from Journey Together. I believe it was like the full art of the Articuno, which is one of my favorite cards, so that makes up for it. This Articuno features a freeze-dry attack that does 30 damage and has a chance of paralysis, and the Blizzard, which does 50 damage, and you flip a coin. If it's heads, the attack also does 10 damage to each of your opponent's benched Pokemon. But if it's tails, it does it to your own. Oh no. Actually, I believe he goes on the previous page. I had too many Snorlaxes in my army. Yes. Articuno goes here. Number 144. Following the Articuno, we have the Zapdos. For the fossil version, I did not end up getting a hollow either, but we did get one for the base set 2, so I'm happy about that. A legendary it has lived above the clouds for thousands of years. The base set to Zapdos I have here features some classic Thunder and Thunderbolt attacks, which is interesting that the Thunderbolt does more damage. Huh. The Thunder attack does 60 damage, and you have to flip a coin, and if it's tails, it does 30 damage to itself. But the Thunderbolt does a whopping 100 damage. However, you must discard all the energy cards attached to him to use it. Wow. That is intense. And of course, we have our fiery Moltres. The Moltres card featured 2 attacks. Wildfire, which reads, you may discard any number of fire energy cards attached to Moltres when you use this attack. If you do, discard that many cards from the top of your opponent's deck. Oh man, this was the OG deck milling attack. We also have a Dive Bomb attack that does 80 damage, but you have to flip a coin, and if you get tails, it does nothing. Very fun. I believe when I was a kid, I actually made a deck just called the Legendary deck, where I had all the legendary birds, the Dratini line, and Mew and Mewtwo. Like, strategically, I don't think it made any sense, but it was very fun to play. And speaking of Dratini, we have our adorable little baby dragon here. The Dratini featured just 1 attack, bound for 10 damage. I also have the first edition Rocket Dratini. Oh, he looks so shy. It's adorable. This Dratini features a wrap attack that also does 10 damage, but it has a chance to paralyze the opponent. And we have our just regular non-first edition. Okay, we'll put our beautiful first edition and our regular rocket here. And of course, we have a gorgeous Dragonair up next. I love the art of this card. It's just so serene and calm with this beautiful Aurora Borealis that's like reflected into the very still waters that the Dragonair is floating in. Oh, I love it. This Dragonair featured the Slam attack, which let you flip 2 coins and do 30 damage for each heads. It also featured the very underpowered Hyper Beam. Why is Hyper Beam only 20 damage? I don't understand this, you guys. It also does let you discard an energy card of the defending Pokemon. But still, I feel like Hyper Beam should be at least like 50 damage. We also have a base set 2 of the Dragonair. And the Dark Dragonair. This Dragonair is much more intimidating. Look at those black eyes. They just like gleaming into your soul. This Dark Dragonair has the power Evolutionary Light, which reads, once during your turn, you may search your deck for an evolution card, show it to your opponent, and put it into your hand. Very fun. He also has the Tail Strike attack, which does 20 damage and a possibility of an additional 20. Very cool. step in, which reads, let's during your turn, if Dragonite is on your bench, you may switch it out with your active Pokemon. He also features the Slam attack, which lets you flip 2 coins and do 40 damage times the number of heads. I also had pulled a first edition Dark Dragonite, non-hollow, but still cool. This Dark Dragonite has the Summon Minions power. When you play Dark Dragonite from your hand, search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon and add them to your bench. Nice. He also has a giant tail attack. It is a pretty big tail that does 70 damage, but has a possibility of doing nothing if you flip a tails. Oh no. That's a lot for 4 energy too. And up next we have the legendary Mewtwo in holographic form, I believe. Yep, I actually pulled 2 holographics. The color is very, very different between these 2. That was not great. The Mewtwo features 2 attacks. Psychic, which does 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each energy card attached to the defending Pokemon. Interesting. And Barrier, which lets you discard a psychic energy card attached to Mewtwo in order to use the attack. During your opponent's next turn, it prevents all effects of attacks, including damage done to the Mewtwo. We have our second one that is a lot more red than purple in the background. That's funny. And I have 3 versions of this random promo. One that's a little dirty for some reason. For the life of me, I cannot remember where I got this promo, but apparently I did it a lot because I got 3 of them. This Mewtwo features the attack Energy Absorption, which lets you choose up to 2 energy cards from your discard pile and attach them back to the Mewtwo. And a Cyburn attack for 40. Very cool. I think we will put the purple. Yeah, let's put the purple card up front. We have our Mewtwo there. We'll put our promo Mewtwo's right here. And of course, we cannot forget the legendary Mew. I also do not know where I got these promo cards from, but one is a holo version and one is the regular. The Mew card has the Psywave attack that does 10 damage times the number of energy cards attached to the defending Pokemon. So that's actually very similar to the Psychic attack, actually. Interesting. Just for less energy. It also has a Devolution Beam, which reads, choose an evolved Pokemon, yours or your opponent's, and return the highest stage card of that Pokemon back to the player's hand. Oh, that's fun. That Pokemon is no longer asleep, confused, paralyzed, poisoned, or anything else that might be as the result of this attack, just as if you had evolved it. That's very fun. hence how I have two of these. What's also actually very fun about these cards is you can actually translate the attack and like all the information on the cards, which of course I did as a kid. I don't remember exactly what it is. I know this is 2-second energy and does like 40 damage or something. But I had a lot of fun feeling like an archaeologist and translating it. I think if you start like knowing that those 3 letters are Mew and that's HP, you can kind of start figuring out the rest of it. Very fun. I love these ones. Unfortunately, they were very prone to wrinkling. It's a little hard to see, but there's a big wrinkle on this one. This one's much better. I think the back might be a little wrinkled. Put these guys here. Mew. Now, this card is very special to me because it was my very first Pokemon card. You can tell because it's like very bent up. It was the one that was gifted to me by my friend. It even has like a scratch on the back. But I definitely had to save it because it was my first, and that is always fun. So we will put him here. Now, I'm sure you're also wondering where all the trader and item cards are. Unfortunately, I think the majority of those got lost in time. I think I had kept them all in a separate like index box when I was a kid for deck building, and it got lost unfortunately when my parents sold their house and moved. But thankfully I still had my original binder that had the majority of my cards. I did, however, have a couple of stragglers that were fun. We have the arcade game, non-hollow, but it's always a fun one, from the 𝓔𝓚𝓻 𝓐𝓬𝓬𝓮𝓼. This trainer card lets you shuffle your deck and reveal the top 3 cards of it. If at least 2 of those cards share the same name, then you put all the ones with the same name into your hand and shuffle the rest into your deck. It's a very random lucky card. We also have the Sabrina's Gaze, which was a common card, but it let each player shuffle his or her hand back into their deck and draw a new hand of cards, the same number. So kind of similar to a modern day Iono to some extent, except it's not based on your prize cards. And this beautiful holographic Rockets Sneak Attack featuring Jessie. That's fun. The Rockets Sneak Attack lets you look at your opponent's hand. If he or she had any trainer cards, you could choose one of them, and your opponent shuffled that card back into their deck. Very fun. I also had a couple of like straggler random cards that I found. We have this promo Unknown J, which again I unfortunately don't remember where I got this from. It had Pokemon Power Join. Of course it says it in parentheses next to it. Join. Once during your turn, if you have Unknown J, Unknown O, Unknown I, and Unknown N on your bench, you may search your deck for a basic Pokemon or evolution card. Show that card to your opponent and put it into your hand. Wow, that is a very roundabout Pidgeot card. That's funny. It also had the classic Hidden Power for 10 damage. Other platinum stamped card that I believe I got from Burger King, featuring Giratina. This Reverse Hollow Pichu that has a promo stamp. This is a Pichu that was when they first came out with the baby Pokemon. And it has an attack called Let's Play. A little hard to read with this Reverse Hollow. It says, search your deck for a baby Pokemon card and put it onto your bench. Then shuffle your deck. Very cute. And one of the last sets that I collected was the I want to say Osteogenesis. I did pull this cool Steelix card. Although he's very cool looking. He has the Tackle attack for 20 damage and a Tail Crush attack that does 30 plus you flip a coin. If it's heads, it does 30 damage plus 20 more. He has an intense retreat cost though. Then we have this Elekid. Non-hollow, unfortunately. Another baby Pokemon. I guess I should have put him next to the Pichu. He has the power Playful Punch. Once during your turn, you may flip a coin. If heads, do 20 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. Either way, this ends your turn. Well, oh yeah, it's a power, not an attack. I was gonna say when it ended its turn anyways. It's funny. Let's move this Steelix actually. Put our baby Pokemon together. And last but not least, I have these two random Japanese cards. I honestly don't know where I got these, but they were in my binder, so at some point I must have been either gifted or somehow got my hands on these random Japanese cards. But we have the Slowking and the Polygon, or Polygon 2, I think. Yeah, Polygon 2. Unfortunately, I do not read Japanese, so I cannot tell you what the attacks actually are. But I do love the background of this one. There's like a cool board with like designs for the different Porygons. Just kind of fun. I'll put these guys up here. I guess my Persian could go up here too. My random. And in true Pokemon fashion, the very end of my binder is just all energy cards. So many energies. I'm not sure what happened to the psychic energies. They might be in that bulk bin. So that is a whopping pile of energy. And now the binder is officially transferred. Yay! Oh man, so many empty pages. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me this evening. I know this was definitely the longest of all my videos. So if you actually made it this far, thank you so much. I also just wanted to thank you all again for helping me reach this amazing milestone.